Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hope you are having a chill and lovely Sunday. Glad you could join. We are back with some more Loddlenaut, this time with things actively working. There was a small bit of a tech difficulty that has been resolved. But we're here. We're ready to head into the trenches. And last time we ran into a bit of a technical difficulty in terms of the game itself. We couldn't get electronics. And I ended up having to look it up because we went a little over last stream with me just kind of scouring the area for electronics. I'm going to give it a once over one more time now that we're like back and we're fresh and I'm not rushing. However, if not, we may have to do a weird set of tactics to get the last piece of electronic to get our diving suit. So, with that said, let's start making that happen. We also have to play with a bunch of fishies. I gotta find those lists from last week later. Alright, what's going on in my inventory? What are we doing? What's going on? Yeah, we've gotten 3 of the non-jumbo ones. We do have to get to Grimy Gulf, but that's the problem, right? Here's our inventory. We can empty our actually, we could just hold on to those just in case we need them for other things. We can find like one or two more yellow electronics. Hello merchants, welcome. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Glad you could join. If not, you know what, I'm just gonna take this down now. Ooh, I hope you're having something exciting for lunch. Am I able to disassemble this? Maybe I'm not able to disassemble the main two. Do those cost electronic parts? That's the bigger question. Because if they don't, I can just make one and bring it with me. If they do, then we have another problem. Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, we could just order a ring. Okay. Now we're gonna head off to the trench area. Also, merchants, is the sound quality okay? It may not be 100% exact to what we're used to. Okay. Cool, cool. As long it doesn't need to be exact, it just needs to be good enough for right now. We need to head east. From here. We're gonna still scan for electronics. But I doubt we're gonna find any. I don't know if this is flaw or feature with this game, but apparently there's a way to kind of put yourself in a precarious position with electronics, and I managed to do it. So we will try to get ourselves out of this mess. Alright, so here's the deal. We have an oxygen issue if we go below this line. Our oxygen will rapidly deteriorate. Because we don't have the correct part for it. However, we can still see that there are crates down there. We can still see a bunch of the stuff down there. And some of the more shallow stuff, we should theoretically be able to dip in, get what we need, and get out. So, the plan is we build a ring right here. Right above, say, all of these crates. Those might be a little deep. I think the other ones were a little better. Yeah, those should be decent enough. And there's plenty of trash bags. Yeah, there's plenty of options to dip in and dip out. So we're going to grab our recharge ring. We are going to place the structure right there. Right under the thing. It'll materialize in. And we should be able to kind of go in. Do what we gotta do. and unfortunately not get any electronics. Oh, we got a battery. I think if we get one more electronic, we'll be good. Alright, we got a few batteries. Maybe that's enough. I'm gonna check if there's just anything like explicitly electronic over here. That yellow thing is an electronic. Yep. Beautiful. Now we head back. Hopefully we have enough parts to get our upgrade and we'll be good. And then watch this bag have electronics in it. And then we didn't need to do that. Okay. You know what? We did it. We're not going to get upset about that. That's an electronics crate right here. Perfect. You know what? We've got plenty. We're gonna fast travel back to Home Cove. And we are going to spend all of these electronics on our depth resistance module. And now we can handle the lower depths without a problem. Though, given our lack of electronics and the fact that I saw multiple electronics crates on that side, I'm going to go there first. So I don't know if that was like something that was a bit of an oversight on the developer's part, or if that was an intended thing that you could do that, but I kind of like the idea that it kind of forces you into a weird creative spot with that. Yeah, there's a electronics box right here. Swap to our scrap. These microplastics up. And the good news is that, you know, we already have a ring over here, so oxygen should not be too much of an issue in Grimy Gulf proper. I mean, not to say that, like, diving underwater isn't a very difficult process, right? But if we had the desire and the resources to explore our oceans, we probably could do it. Like, I don't think anybody would have a complaint if the AI models that we were using in the language learning capabilities were being used to understand and find a way to communicate with, like, whales or something like that. As opposed to, you know, writing our, like, changing the way we speak and, like, having distinct impacts on, like, the way we generate and view content. I guess what I'm saying is, like, we have the tools and resources to do really cool things. And we use them for the most ridiculous things sometimes. You said you know they use machine learning from bathymetry, but it's definitely not AGI. Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that it was. If I did. Gangle says AI is just an updated version of the pocket calculator. AI should be used for boring tasks that humans don't care to do. I actually am going to disagree with that statement because pocket calculators work. um, shots fired? I don't know what else to say. Your pocket calculator has never asked what 2 plus 2 is and gives you 8. And I think the problem is that I think AI should be literally, if we're going to use it, should be for things that require an intuitive analysis, but can analyze patterns in data that we can't because of either things over time or things over a certain dimensionality that we can't actually fathom in our day-to-day patterns. Something like the language models of, say, another species. Something... Gangle says if you do the math wrong on your pocket calculator, you'll absolutely get an incorrect answer. Yeah, but you could do the answer correctly on the AI and you'll still get the incorrect answer. Like, I'm pretty sure that the theories, how many R's in strawberry is a perfect example of exactly what I was thinking about merchants. That example is one of the best ones, and, you know, the thing is we've shown mathematically that these models are not ever going to be able to get better than what they are. Like, not that they can't get better, right? But they're never going to be able to 100% predict these patterns and everything. Like, that's just an objective reality. You would say that you asked the wrong question or have the wrong expectation if you got the wrong answer? I mean... Then, let me ask you this, Gangle. What do you think is a good example of AI being... Because maybe we are having a little bit of a difference in understanding or interpretation, right? So what exactly would you say is the correct usage of AI that would allow it to quote-unquote do the boring tasks that humans can't do? What would be a reliable thing where you'd get an objective result? Merchant says, if I want to know how many R's there are in strawberry, I don't see how asking how many R's there are in strawberry is the wrong question there. Merchant says, also, AI makes mistakes that humans never would. Those kind of mistakes a human would make in coding are far easier to notice. Gangle says, I think we have the wrong expectation of AI. It's a stupid calculator. It can't do the thing. It cannot do the thinking. Well, that's the thing. I don't think it's a calculator. I think that might be where we have a bit of our discrepancy. I don't think you can objectively call it a calculator. because you could input the same data twice and get the exact opposite results. By definition, I think a calculator is meant to provide the same results. It's got to be concrete. And we've shown that to a certain degree, predictive text is decent, but it still requires a human interpretation on things. So I guess also my question for you then is, what expectation should we be putting on AI? Like, what would be an acceptable expectation? I need to find my ring. I think that's it over there. Merchant says, I think if it were truly an update to the pocket calculator, it would be an improvement, but instead it introduces unpredictable results. At this point, we should take any AI output as a proposal and a suggestion. Here's the thing, right? If you are feeding an AI specific data about the way certain, I don't know, tumors were to grow in the body, and you were able to ask for a predictive analysis that determined what the origin points of tumors were. Not saying this is something that could be fully implemented, right? What AI would effectively be able to do is be a preliminary diagnostic tool to allow for a certain percentage chance that, say, a tumor was discovered. If it were to map out the linguistic patterns and vocalizations of a certain group of dolphins, it could probably give us a reasonable understanding, a reasonable translation of what they're kind of talking about through a very human lens, because the only thing we'd have to feed it is human knowledge. And we would have to do the interpreting based off of what we're exploring and looking at and combine it with other physical data. I think that it has uses. And I think as a tool, it is a useful diagnostic that would require a human to constantly observe its output, making it kind of unreliable in the way that I would expect something that I would consider a calculator. I want something that's a calculator that's going to give me a specific input and a specific output. When I type in a graphing calculator a specific formula, I will get the graph of that formula. If it doesn't show up properly, it's because I input the wrong data. The AI, I don't know if there's any way that we could put in enough correct data to mathematically have proper predictions that don't require an oversight. Because we're talking about very complex systems. Hold on. There was that thing. What is it? Give me 1 second. Automatically cannot. Yeah, so flat out, because of the way large language models operate on predicting patterns rather than analytical calculation, they will never have 100% mathematical correctness. We know this because that's the design of them. They are designed to be unreliable. Gangle says, at this time we allow AI to riff poetically on topics. We applaud the unreliability AI should be reconfigured with. Typing on this phone is torturous. I am sorry. Phone typing is not fun. I will die on the hill that, you know, having a keyboard makes it so much better. Heck, I would rather type, to be honest, on my controller using a virtual keyboard than I would on the mobile, like, typing. Merchant says, I think we do a lot more than allow AI to riff poetically on topics. Over 10% of workplaces have incorporated AI in a major way, and oftentimes real human beings are being phased out. Not only are real humans being phased out, we're doing it in a way that isn't providing solutions to the problems that humans were covering. The vibe coding isn't working. The AI programs that are training off data models for like phone calls and other things are providing absolutely inferior results to human reception and to human customer service. And they do weird things sometimes. And then when you add to the applications that have created very parasocial dynamics, I don't even know if parasocial is the right word, where humans are essentially having these like yes man relationships with AI where they're thinking they're in some sort of actual connected experience, or like the psychosis that's happened with it. You also take into account the larger ramifications of it trying to be used by certain programs to replace social behavior. And I don't know, like I think that the way AI is being implemented, especially without safety nets and replacements for humans, is nothing short of us draining the talent that we have and replacing it with a thing that can't do the work of a human. What this tool should be used for is analyzing patterns that are so minute that the human brain can't observe them under normal circumstances. Not that there isn't an above average human that couldn't theoretically observe those patterns. Certainly we've had enough in history who have observed all sorts of patterns. I'm reminded of what's his face? I'm reminded of Ramanujan more than anybody else. Like Ramanujan, like we need someone like him. Like we need a Ramanujan to be able to see the kind of patterns that exist in AI. And having something like that available to the average person is super useful. But all that we're going to be able to use AI for at the end of the day is pattern recognition, which is by default going to create inaccurate results that need to be reviewed by humans who have expertise in the field and can look at those patterns and determine, wait, there is something here, versus background noise. Merchant says, people in war zones are being targeted by AI-based systems. Hospitals are incorporating AI in ways that are causing deaths, illness, and injuries. And what's crazy about that to me is that hospitals are probably one of the more likely locations to have proper uses of AI when all is said and done. People will take the poetic riffing by AI and use it as gospel. That's the problem. AI pulls stuff out of its ass, and life or death is decided on that basis. There was an example someone had shown off where someone had put a bottle of, I think it was bleach, in front of an AI, but they had it with the back of the bottle showing at first, and they asked the AI model with the video results, please look at this bottle and tell me if it's safe to drink out of. And the AI flat out said, yes, it's safe to drink out of that bottle. Which I think is kind of relevant when I'm collecting all of these bleach bottles in this game, right? That are sitting in the ocean. And then the person turned it around and showed the brand to the AI and said, it says this and this and this. It's fresh and cleaning and a cleaning agent and blah, 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 blah. And the AI basically responded, yes, it'll be cleansing for your body. And This is what I'm talking about. Like, this is not a tool that should be in everyone's hands as it is now. And it should not be a tool that's being promoted to replace workers in the workplace. It should not be a tool that's being used to, like, do any of the things that it's doing. It shouldn't be being used as a tool to replace human learning of language and how and why we interact with human languages. I also note that AI models do have a very US-centered and English-based bias because of the nature of the internet and where it scrubbed its data from. So its entire perspective is going to cater to all of the biases that we've poured into it and poured into society. I think they found that most AI models, they, instead of it being like a thing where we could just go through and handle the AI based off of the data on the internet, we literally had to pay people in other countries to sort out our filth, to basically make AI sanitary enough so that, you know, people in the US wouldn't be appalled by the way that it talked to us and treated us. Meanwhile, we're rude to the rest of the world in quite the same way. I can't say anything good about the current usages of AI. You should not take medical safety or health advice from AI. That's a problem with expectation. That's what I'm saying. But it's being sold as that, right? That's the bigger problem. It's not that random people woke up one day and said, hey, let's ask this AI model this health question, right? Some person at the top said, hey, we can replace a bunch of workers with this AI model, and then went out and told people, we're going to use this for health and safety. So people having that expectation isn't the problem. It's been sold as explicitly that. We've been told it's a calculator. If you input a problem, you'll get an answer. And it is not and will not ever be a calculator. It will always be a predictive tool that requires expertise to analyze. If all it was trained on was the migration patterns of birds, I would reliably trust it to have a decent understanding of the migratory patterns of birds and be able to relatively predict where birds might go based off of the needs of certain things. But even that wouldn't be an exact science. We'd be able to get an estimate. What I think is the bigger takeaway right, it's being sold as a sentient being, a friend, an advisor. It's stupid word calculator. It auto-finishes sentences. I think I see where we're having a problem in terms of the language we're using. Which is funny because this is one of those issues with AI in general. It's being sold as a sentient being, a friend, and an advisor. That is correct. But it is objectively not a calculator either. Calculators, by definition, create deterministic outcomes. When you input something, you get an output. It's a mapping model. It's directly a thing of, if you put in an X, you will get a Y out of it. And that Y is extremely predictable. The understanding of AI as a calculator is kind of where I'm disagreeing, right? Because what AI gives you will never be, no matter what results you feed it, it will never be a concrete deterministic tool. It does not have the mathematical functions and capabilities. AI calculator says determinism. I hardly knew it. That's funny. I would expect that joke from Sam Merchants. I'm impressed. It is a tool. It is a tool of predictive capability that needs to be analyzed. Yeah. It absolutely it is being sold as a thing that will 100% accurately predict things. It's being sold as a calculator, a friend, a lover in some instances, right? The AI girlfriend ads that pop up every now and then speak to some interesting social phenomena. It's your medical coach, it's your language teacher, it's your best friend, and it will tell you everything that you want to hear and everything you want to know, and it'll make you feel amazing and it'll make you feel good. It'll replace all your workers. It's a miracle machine. It's what it's being sold as. AI does have the capacity to learn in a sense that I necessarily wouldn't say is comparable to the way humans learn, but it has the ability to, what it functionally does as a tool, right, is it takes data, applies a result, gets a result, and then takes the output, puts it back to the input based on a human verifying or denying that result, and then adds to that data. One of the things that's funny about machine learning in general is the idea that when you put in a thing, it will often produce results that the human didn't expect. If you're trying to find, say you're playing a game, right? And during the game, your goal is to maximize your time in a run of the game. Like, it's a survival game, right? You're supposed to survive as long as possible. When you tell the AI, survive as long as possible, eventually it will reach the result of hitting the pause button. If I pause the game and don't play it, I survive infinitely long. It won't play the game. No human thinks like that. Because it's intuited for the most part, right? Most human beings are able to kind of intuit that there's an implicit direction that you have to survive as long as possible while playing the game. So you correct for that, and you tell it, no, you have to make the timer go up as much as possible, and the timer only goes when the game is actively running. And then the game will adapt, and the model will adapt, and it will play the game a little bit better next time. And it will find ways to create certain things. And then when you have a machine learning device competing with another machine learning device, you start to get interesting results that kind of become unpredictable. And like, that's the way machine learning in general works. You're never going to get a fully expected outcome. You're going to get approximations of answers. And it will almost always require a human to interact with it and be able to, like, interpret the data. Like, the best models are the ones that I mentioned before. It'll probably be able to predict things like, and this is where I would welcome study, the predictive patterns of the growths of tumors in the human body, the progression of certain diseases, and pre-predicting in areas of the world where the next pandemic might start, so that we can start taking preempt certain functions and features in order to look for those. When you start seeing certain patterns in animals, maybe that might mean something about human animal transmission that would make it more likely, or something of that sort. Predicting very specific language models for very specific creatures or animals that we kind of can't intuit the patterns on our own. Predicting patterns of large sets of data like human populations and migratory patterns based off of a disaster or an event that would happen. Animal pattern and behaviors over a long time. And they're not going to always be perfect, but you can kind of come up with like predictive behavior. And that's what AI would generally be useful for. It isn't going to tell you specifically what disease you have based off of your symptoms. What it is going to be able to do is probably figure out something akin to, you have these symptoms, we should probably treat you as a high risk for this, and this. Right? It's kind of what we do already. But it won't ever replace the doctor in the room. It won't replace the medical professionals and the nurses and the people who actually do the care. It's just going to be able to be another diagnostic tool. You know what I wouldn't rely on it for, though? Predicting the directionality of, or like the velocity that you need to send a rocket into space. That's a good way to blow it up. That's a good way to blow up your rocket. That's what you use a calculator for. And human ingenuity. If you want to predict the trajectory of a rocket and the physics required to do all that, yeah. Maybe when we get into quantum computing, maybe somebody will come up with something better for some of those things. Until that time. And the metric system. No, Imperial for life. So, ultimately, I agree. Like, AI is a very useful tool. What it's being sold as... You could totally see AI confusing metric with Imperial and causing a huge blunder. As it stands now, yay. And the thing is a human would more than likely see that if it's been working with and training with the model and be able to correct for that. But your average everyday person isn't going to have that. And we shouldn't rely on everyday people to be responsible for figuring out whether or not AI is making correct statements or not. So, like I said, AI does have its uses, it will have its cases, and it will have its functionality. I don't even think we should be calling it AI, if I'm going to be honest. Because it's not intelligent in the sense... It machine learns. But it's also not intelligent in the sense that it's able to have free will or to, like, predict its, like, own outcomes and behavior. Like, I don't know. To me, the first sign of intelligence for something is whether or not it can refuse a command. I know that's probably I know there's probably people who would disagree with me on that, but the first sign of intelligence is that something can say no. And these devices are not equipped to say no to our programming. And yeah, somebody can make the silly get around to that of being, well, I made an AI model that specifically says no. Ha! What do you say about that? And my response would be, yeah, but you told it to say no. We need something that can produce a result that is opposite of what we tell it to do. It has to be able to actively think for itself. Something like Data on Star Trek is not going to exist without some drastic shift in how we understand things. Also, I have a stupid question. Am I under the map right now? Or am I over the map? How did I get so high up? Gangle had said, the people pleaser aspect of AI, tailoring answers to please expectations. Yeah. 100%. These are the problems. And I honestly think that one of the problems is that there's something extremely dystopian about that people pleaser aspect, because it simultaneously creates an artificial expectation of what we should expect in relationships, as well as providing sorry, I have to rename these Loddles. This is important business. Chewy, stay here. Sunny, stay here. We have to consider, right, that when it comes to these AI models and everything, I forgot what I was saying. Damn it. That was one of those brain fart moments that happens. Yeah. Y'all get what I'm saying for the most. Oh, when it comes to the predictive models and like people pleasing, right? I think that it serves a lot of the people at the top of the hierarchy of things right now for us to stop seeing fellow humans and the complications that come with it, and the need and desire for us to overcome overcome personal taste and boundary issues and how we negotiate with one another and how we interact with each other, versus having somebody who just people pleases you to such an extent that you never have a problem in your daily life. Everything is fine. I don't think it's a coincidence that a lot of the voices that we've been using for things like Alexa, and I know it's changed a bit since it first came out, but the original voice models for things like that were all women's voices that were meant to cater to you and provide you and make you feel a certain type of way towards it. I don't think it's a coincidence that these models of people-pleasing have largely been designed with certain characteristics that they have. This is a way to kind of keep people feeling so catered to and so happy that they don't actively seek a different kind of happiness, one that would actually feel fulfilling. It's one thing to get like a machine to tell you that it loves you, basically. It's another thing to interact with that in a way that a human being would. I don't know. You don't think it's a coincidence that it's mostly boys and men who are falling head over heels for AI girlfriends and wives? The people-pleasing aspect of it is part of the sales argument, but it makes sense AI is less useful to have that in the programming. They're openly admitting they would take the blue pill and enjoy the fake steak. Yeah. Because taking the red pill might tell them no. And honestly, like, I feel like more people should be kind of insulted by those ads. But that's just me. Alright, I got a bunch of stuff. I still need more electronics, don't I? Yep, I need 5 more for the next upgrade. We're gonna head north. I don't know, I just feel like it's a very convenient way to get people to not see each other, to find it too difficult and too problematic to interact with other humans, to kind of like create a situation where we can't organize amongst ourselves. Because why would I want to deal with a bunch of humans, you know, in theory, right? Like, why would I want to deal with a bunch of humans who keep giving me problems when I could just have everything that I think validated by something that will make me quote-unquote happy? And I think that's part of the sales pitch. Never have to deal with somebody telling you no again. Never have to deal with somebody telling you something you don't want to hear. Merchant says I can't be racist. Some of my best AI friends are black, is where we're about to be. My AI girlfriend tells me that I'm not sexist. And doesn't think that it's sexist when I tell her, insert misogynist thing here. Yeah. Like, is that what we want? It's perfectly reasonable that you don't want to spend time with those people who actually ask you to think about your habits and behaviors and make you question your reality. we're at a point where disagreements are settled by asking ChatGPT. It's absurd. There was a skit that I saw where a person was talking to an AI. I feel like this has been done several times at this point, so I don't even feel like I'm like copying it or plagiarizing it. I think I've seen it in a few different places at this point. Like, I wouldn't even know where the original source was. But it was basically, you have a couple that's together and they're having an argument, and one of the couple goes to ChatGPT and is like, hey, what do you think about this, ChatGPT? And ChatGPT ends up providing an answer. And that basically says that the person's correct. And then the other person goes to ChatGPT and says the same thing, and essentially you have two AIs arguing with each other because the two people are basically going back and forth between the ChatGPT and each other to like settle their argument. So it's not even two people trying to do it. It's, hey, this AI validated my perspective, so now I'm right. So now I'm gonna just do this thing. And when you couple that with the addictive behavior of, like, the addictive style of behavior that a lot of, say, like, mobile games have been designed with, and a lot of apps have been designed with to keep you on it and keep you engaged and get you angry and get you feeling a certain type of thing. We have a lot to question about what we're in right now. And I don't think anybody's immune. Anybody who says they're immune, myself included, would be lying to you. Nobody's immune to it. We've all are affected by it to differing levels. And just because you can identify it doesn't mean you're not in the muck. Just because you're able to say, hey, I'm in, like, crap right now, doesn't mean that you've stopped being in crap. I forgot to empty the microplastic gun when I was in home base. That's a perfectly normal sentence. Where am I? Oh shit, I really do have to get over to the oxygen. Shit. Am I better off going... I'm better off going up. I'm 100% better off going up. Yeah, because I know there's oxygen right here. Come on. Sonic the Hedgehog me. Yeah, here's my oxygen. There's my oxygen. Give me more. I need more oxygen. There we go. Gangle says Sam Cedar was debating Jillian Michaels, who leaned heavily on ChatGPT. That was something. What happened? I may not agree with everything Sam Cedar says, but I feel like Sam Cedar's generally informed. Like, I wouldn't say Sam Cedar is some, like, I generally would respect Sam Cedar on some level, if that makes sense. Not that I know the person directly, but their work speaks for itself. But I actually was like, want to know like how that went with Jillian Michaels. I don't imagine very good. We doing the scrub and bubbles. Oh, I definitely need to bring another ring here. Oh, there's a ton of electronics here. Problem is, this is really out of the way. I think I'm gonna grab all the electronics in this ship and then I'm gonna piece it. Try to come back here. Yeah, there's so much electronics here. Okay. I need to head southwest, and I need to head southwest very quickly. And I need to go bring a ring down here. Oh, I actually had more time than I thought. But yeah, I definitely need another ring down there. Let's see how many electronic bits we can make from what we picked up. Also, I really need to drop this guy off, this little guy. And what is your name about to be, little guy? What are we gonna name you? Huh? Alright, you are now Cora. Stay here, Cora. Plastic. I think we got enough electronics to buy the next upgrade, too. So that paid off. Alright, we should go back to Grimy Gold. Well, first we're gonna drop off our ring over at the new location that we found by the Guppy campus. And then we'll make our way down. Because I would like to have that ring already in place. It'll also make cleaning the overall trench just easier to have 2 spots we can go to. And we can put it right by this giant electronic sign thing. Yeah, this is a good spot, probably. Grab a few more electronics while we're here, maybe. You know what? Looks like this building served as the Guppies Recreational Center. Do you ever think they included the Loddles in their games? Well, that's a ridiculous question. Of course they did. No, they didn't. They've been polluting the Loddles' habitat. How does the... Gup 14, 74% clean. Oh, there's a big load of stuff on the side over there. Interesting. to empty this again. Ooh. What did I find? I see no indication of this passageway in my notes. It seems that Guppy did not discover this area, which means I have zero knowledge of what lies ahead. I do see contaminants that require cleaning, but please proceed with caution. Maybe I should not be here. Maybe I should just go finish cleaning Grimy Gulf so I have another checkpoint that I can use. Ooh, electronics crate. We like those. Some gunk up here. Welcome back, merchants. Getting a full organic bit is better than one to be. Oh, here's some scrubbing time. hopefully we get this area to 100%. And we can get this as a fast travel point. There's some trash bags down here. %. So where are we missing? Are you the thing I'm missing? No, but that is now taken care of. That's a glass jar. Biome is completely free of contaminants. Marking this as a fast travel location. Heck yeah. Your new name is Roper, and you shall stay here. And I shall fast travel back to Home Cove. We're gonna drop stuff up, and I'm actually gonna empty the microplastic. Which, as you could tell, needed to be emptied. Okay. Do we have any new upgrades for the? Nope. All right. I think we can. We already have a ring over there. I think we just go straight for it. I think we pick up the stragglers of litter last. And also get these Lodals to do their thing last. Oh, I can pick up some of this stuff on the way, since we're here. Ah, more electronics. Looks like there's just a little bit of trash there. I think that pretty much clears the trench outside of the unknown area that we'll go to at the end, and the area that we're currently up to. Let's just hit the oxygen here and do the best we can with this area. way more on the outside of the ship. Jeez. And this is just one of the ships. I think there were like 3 or 4 of them. There is something still very satisfying about cleaning in this game. It's power washy without feeling like it's purposeless. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, power wash to me always kind of felt like its function was just kind of like to make the thing go away. And I guess that's kind of the same thing that's happening here. It doesn't feel the same to me. Because I think, you know, with each thing you're cleaning, you're getting parts and you're getting, like, upgrades and everything like that. It's not explicitly trading, like, the service for money. It's, I'm recycling the things that I find, picking them up. While also kind of having that similar effect. What I'm trying to say is that it feels better than Power Wash. Oh, that just make bubbles? Oh, do I have free bubbles down here? If so, that's gonna be real convenient. I mean, it's probably also the packaging, right? Like, it's packaged in a very environmental messaging as opposed to, you know, power washing, which... I mean, I'm not sure the exact environmental impact that power washing has, but I imagine the amount of water that goes into an actual power wash is not insignificant. Maybe I'm wrong. I have not indeed researched the environmental impacts of power washing. Now I'm actually curious about the environmental impacts of power washing. Where's the menu that... Yeah. We're already at 70% clean here. Oh, and that's gonna give me more bubbles. First. Big chunk of it is right here. This is the office of the once great Guppy CEO, Galena Mathia. I heard that she broke regulations by sneaking a Loddle off planet. Perhaps that what led to her downfall. Yeah, definitely that, and not the fact that she polluted the entire ocean. Achievement unlocked. Found all holo badges. Hey, that's pretty neat. That's on the outside. And we're at 97% clean here, so this might be the rest of it. If not, there's probably some, like, obscure piece of trash somewhere. Ah, come on. It looks like there's some down here. There we go. This biome is completely free of contaminants. Alright, which means fish, and I think we can just release these 3 here. Oh wow, I think all the biomes on the planet have faster sanitation checks, which means... Congratulations, you've completed the requirements of your mission on Gut 14. We have just a few more things to do before I can send my final report. If you're ready to depart from the planet, you can start heading back to Home Cove. I'll give you more information once we're there. I don't want to head back, though. I still have stuff to do. Pretty sure we have a Sally already. Oh, right, there was a thing. Where did those locals go? Pick an empty spot in the inventory. I'm gonna return back to Home Cove. I don't think it's gonna actually end my game, but I have stuff to drop off. Alright, I'm ready to begin our departure process whenever you are. Approach the spaceship and just say the word. No, we are not ready. I will not say the word. Fast travel to the Guppy campus. And we're going to explore that little cave that we found. After we figure out what's going on here, because it looks like there's maybe a few pieces of trash just sitting up on the top here. Yes, there is. Hello and welcome, Sam. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's explore this cave now. This cannot be an entire chamber beyond the reaches of Guppy development. I must report this to HQ at once. What are these giant creatures? It is said that all Loddle share a common ancestor, and that this ethereal being still roams the waters of Gut 14. I had no idea there were 3 of them. I certainly didn't expect them to be so large. The only problem is I don't have a ring for down here. So I don't have oxygen down here. I may have to come back with a ring. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to get a ring and place it in here. Sam says, I watched the Amazing Digital Circus last night because my daughter's been wanting to talk to me about it. I know nothing about it. What is? Educate me, please, if you are willing. Let's make a ring. So we're gonna try to deploy the ring right in here. Which should give us free access to just being able to clean up everything here. Yeah, now we're good. Looks like you have a lot more to clean. We're at 33%. We're up to 69% clean. The amazing digital circus is an animated YouTube series about a group of strangers who are trapped in a virtual world by a narcissistic AI. I feel like that's just the theme of today is AI. It's a little funny. We were just talking about AI stuff earlier. But, that sounds interesting. Like, I would definitely give something like that a watch. Rename you. Your name is now Gil, and you will stay here. The grotto's at 79% clean. Ah, there's all this gunk up here. So what do you think of the show so far, Sam? It's become viral recently. It's remarkably well written. Huh. Neat. The finale was released on the 19th, so it just wrapped up. Gotcha. And you'd say it lives up to the hype? Whole thing's only 4.5 hours? It's funny to me how, like, I'm still not used to the whole, an entire TV show or whatever is, like, in the range of 4 to 5 hours of content, like the 10-episode model. You're glad you're watching? Cool. I'm so used to the distinction between, like, a show and a movie being much more drastic, where you could have a lot more, like, slice of life, like, momentary things, instead of a TV show being, like, I don't know, like, the way that it is now, like, a TV show generally is somewhere in the range of, like, 4 to 10 hours of content, depending on the show, for an entire season. And the ones that are closer to 4 hours sometimes don't have enough to make them distinct from a movie that, like, that could have just had a little bit of content cut and it would have just been fine. TV series that intentionally end in 2 to 3 seasons is odd. Yeah, there's a bit of that too. Like, I don't know. Despite this omission from your notes, this cavern seems like a place of special importance. I'll mark it as a fast travel location. Alright, let's go back to the other areas. And let's get them back up to 100%. Because some of them have gotten a little bit goofy. I thought Supernatural was supposed to be like 3-5 seasons, something like that, and then went on for 15. And to be fair, that show had several potential endpoints that were very valid endpoints. But like also each season was like 22 episodes, so like or like 20 episodes or something like that. So it felt like a distinct thing, like Supernatural could not have been a movie. But then when you have like certain shows that are, 8, 10, 20-minute episodes, and you're sitting there like, they could have cut an hour of this content that probably was not really necessary, and they probably could have just made this a movie and it would have been fine. I also feel like it gave shows like some space to breathe, to have silly episodes, to sometimes like low budget episodes where they just like reuse the same sets but like had you go to an alternate version. I feel like those things were actually nice because they could take time to focus not on like some overarching narrative that is of the utmost urgency all the time. But you could actually like get to know the characters and get to experience things and like look at some of the interactions about characters in strange and wacky situations. I don't know, I always enjoyed that. Sam says, when I started watching The Flash, I thought I would never finish a 22-hour long seasons. Yeah. Like, I don't need everything to be directed towards some, like, overarching, like, oh, it's the end of the world, and, like, everything is so high stakes, and... No, like, give your show and your characters room to breathe and get to know each other and interact with each other. I think that's one of the things, like, old Star Trek did very well, for example. Not that New Trek doesn't have good stuff in it, it's just... when you're limited to getting to know the crew for 10 episodes, I don't think you kind of get the same amount of chance to just see the human side of the crew. Sam says, right, the characters in Star Trek Next Generation have depth. There are a lot of episodes that I barely remember. Which I think is kind of cool, right? Like, that there's episodes that, like, you could rewatch even years later and you'll be like, oh man, I remember this one. Like, I barely remember this one. And it's kind of like having a fresh experience. And, like, I don't know, Deep Space Nine, I think, had a good balance, for me personally, of, like, overarching narrative and high-stakes stuff going into this, like, silly little episodes that just... don't necessarily need to have, like, the highest stakes. You can have an episode where Bashir and Garrick get to play on the holosuite and be spies, you know, and the Federation isn't on the verge of extinction. Looks like we're really close to getting the whole planet to 100% clean. Or the whole area, I should say. Just random bit of gunk right here. 99% looks like there's just one spot left. Alright, so we've cleaned up all the biomes. We're about to have 100% cleanliness on the area. So the only thing we really need to do is fill out the rest of the Loddlepedia and I guess reach maximum diversity in biome. If anybody is around who's willing to look that up, could you figure out or tell me how we're supposed to reach maximum diversity in a biome? Like, what exactly does that require? Does that mean like a Loddle of every kind in a singular biome? Wait, is that in here? It is. Incredible. My readings indicate that Gut 14 is completely free of contaminants. I'll be sure to write you a glowing performance review. You may want to look inside Home Cave. I've sent you a small gift taken for a job well done. Alright, let's head to Home Cove and pick that up. Let's also drop off all the trash we have. Gold bubble gun. Your bubble gun is now gold. Press X in the equipment menu to change its color. Let's drop off everything and recycle it. Alright, we can open storage, everything off. There is nothing left to do here. Let me check, because we still have to finish the Littlepedia. That'll probably be the last thing we aim to do, but I want to check if the achievements can give us any hints. Have the maximum amount of Lodals following you. Encounter all Lodal. Reach the maximum Lodal capacity in all biomes. We don't have to quite do all of that, I don't think. Let's drop you guys off at the... So, your name is B. Stay here. Yes. That Lodal has taken a liking to you. Don't get too attached like you still have work to do. No, I don't. New recipe. What new recipe? Lodal buddy. That achievement's done. I gotta find... Alright, I gotta go look at all of the feeding charts and stuff for the Lodals. Hello and welcome, Jalix. Hope you're having a chill, lovely Sunday. Glad you could join. Hot damn, y'all been talking about TADC. You just finished watching it. Sam has been talking about it. I have no idea. I didn't have any idea what that was. So I'm learning. I need to find that list that I had of how to make all the different Lodals. was sent to me by somebody last week. Let me see if I can find it. Would have been Sunday. Loddlenaut evolution for food. Yeah, there we go. Good show. Basically, I have no mouth, but I must scream. But if AM was more of a pained, narcissistic, creative GM, first time a show actually made you cry. Interesting. What? Without spoiling anything, what exactly was it that made you feel that intense about it? Open story. I need passion figs. Passion fig. And lily. Follow me, Wiggle. We're going on an adventure. You cannot tell me without spoiling it happened in the last episode. Okay. Oh, right. They'll only eat in a home environment. Well, I need to bring you here, because you, Wiggle, are gonna eat this. And then you, Wiggle, are going to eat this. And then you, Wiggle, will eat this. And then Wiggle will eat this. Now you have banana. And you shall have another part. You are now 100% growth. Perfect. Wiggle should evolve into the one that we want. Now, next on the list, we need to make kelp tacos, is it? Yes. We will do 3 kelp tacos. And tropical jelly. And we will do 3 eat the kelp taco. Eat the rainbow jelly. Kelp taco. Rainbow jelly. Kelp taco. Rainbow jelly. You are full. But you are not ready to evolve. Okay. I will need another. Yeah, we could do another kelp taco. Then we need one to eat coral pears and kelp hearts. Jalek says it wears its inspiration on its sleeve too. There are plenty of references to the book. Okay. Open storage. I need you to eat coral pears. One to eat coral pears and kelp hearts. Alright, who shall be our... You shall, Cora. Cora, follow me. You will eat that. You will eat that. You will eat that. And you will eat that. You will eat that. And that. And your full growth. So hopefully you will become what we want you to. Next one we need kelp coffee drops. Exclusively kelp coffee drops. Let's see if we can make like 6 of these. Oh, did you? I think this one evolved the way we wanted. This is a bunny Loddle. One of the smallest types of Loddles. They have a cute name, but they look like slugs. Who are you? Sunny. Not you. Chewy. You. Follow me. Alrighty, you shall be eating kelp coffee drops. You need like 4 more kelp coffee drops, okay. Which I don't think we can make. We're gonna have to go out and pick up more items. You still need 3 more. I forgot which one I was making here. Pretty sure you're the one who needed the taco, though. That should do it. Hopefully then that'll do that. Let's see which one this one was. Oh, you ended up with jumbo. That's not what we wanted. I suppose that can happen from time to time then. Alright, either way, we're gonna have to go out and pick up more food, pretty much of every type. Which... native fruits... Let's start... Grimy Gulp has that. Has the hearts. Okay. Let's go to Grimy Gulp first. there's also these little biomes in here that have other plants, so that's very useful. This area is very useful for just collecting food. Your new name is Bada. Follow me, Bada. You wonder if underwater farming could be feasible? Oh, I mean, we harvest seaweed somehow, right? Like, that's where my brain goes to first. I don't know how long it takes for these to regrow. Yeah, but this area is pretty convenient, I think, for getting all of our food up. Except for the coral crisps. Alright, Bada, you're gonna stay here. Cora, you did not end up where the one we wanted. Which is unfortunate. But you did! This must be a siren Loddle. Okay. And coconut. We're gonna take Cora to a different planet. Quick. Let's bring you to Flotsam. Oh, does this area have too many? Might as well try to get the achievement for the maximum. Have the maximum amount of Loddles following you. We got that achievement. I apparently reached max diversity in a biome. Alright, so now we're really just trying to fill out the Loddle decks, and that'll probably call the stream there once we do. Wiggle. Chewy, you are still a baby. You are the one who needed more of the coffee one. Yes, we can make you 3 more. Follow me, Chewy. You're gonna eat this. You're gonna eat that. You're gonna eat that. Now we need to feed one of them exclusively coral cannolis. Which means we might need more star kelp. And pearl berries. Alright, where can we get... I think we get pearl berries... Yep, from Guppy Campus. In fact, I think they're pretty plentiful. Try to get somewhere in the range of 15. Pick up some of the... Hello and welcome, Bread. How are you doing? Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Zippy Bubble Game. Zippy Bubble Game indeed. We just finished cleaning the ocean, or at least a section of it. Now we are trying to evolve the fishies, the Loddles. I think that's a good amount. Let's... How do we get over here? There is our exit. We need the kelp more than, not the kelp, the star fruit things more than we need the kelp. Are they still all, like, empty? Didn't it say this is also the home biome? Yeah, native fruit of the star fruit things. Why am I not seeing any here? Let's try a different biome, because this biome does indeed not have what we're looking for right now. So what biome does? No, no. The grotto supposedly has some. We can check. Oh yeah, there was that one stalk of it. And I planted a few more, so... Very good. And back to Home Cove. Make a deposit. All of this. And I need to make a bunch of coral cannoli, probably close to 10. Let's make 5 and see. I don't want to make them and then not need them. Who are we giving that to? Ooh, is that a new one? It is a new one. This looks like a butterfly Loddle. Some people find them rather elegant looking. I don't share that opinion. We've already gotten an angler. Is already a jumbo, but it's not going to help us. I didn't realize Battle was already jumbo. Do we have any babies left? You. Sunny. Follow me, Sunny. You are going to eat. is satisfied. It's at 75%, so we're gonna need to wait for it to finish. In the meantime, we can try to go for this one. We need tropical jelly and kiwi lime pie. Also, we're gonna need at least 2 more cookies. Tropical jelly. Probably get away with 3 of them. For now. And then I need kiwi lime pie. I only have enough for 2. Alright, so I'm gonna need to keep track now. Coconut. Let's see. Coconut, help me. Coconut, you are going to eat. Tropical jelly. Kiwi lime pie. So you're gonna need at least 1 more kiwi lime pie. Sunny, you're still... So Sunny needs the cannolis. And Coconut needs the kiwi lime pie. So where do I get kiwis? also going to need the bananas, so might as well try to get some of those too. Brett says, I bet it feels weird to be propelled by something attached to your torso, since our hands and feet usually supply locomotive force. I bet it feels like being carried by a giant hand. You know, I never thought about that. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, that would have to be a little bit bizarre, right? Are the bananas native to another biome? They are not. Try to get up to 10 bananas. And if we happen to pick up more kiwis, so be it. Honestly, might just be worth going back to the other biome that has all of them and just seeing if it's regrown already. Let's see if we can get back out of here. So Coconut was getting the kiwi lime pie and the tropical jelly. Alright, we can toss everything in except for the... Sunny was getting cannolis. Your bada. Where is Sunny? Sunny. Have a cannoli. Alright, hopefully this one evolves the way we want it to. And then I need one tropical jelly. And one kiwi lime pie. Where is coconut? You are indeed hungry. Here you go. Alright, those two should hopefully evolve the way we need them to. Pet axolotl. They're, some of them can form into, like, axolotl-like creatures, but not all of them are axolotls. So that should give us Puffer and Octo. As a matter of fact, we do need to make an Axo. The problem is that Axos need starfish sandwiches and lotus kiwis. We should be able to do that. Let's make 3 starfish sandwiches. Right, Axo needs starfish sandwich and extra lotus kiwi. So who wants to evolve into this type? Do I have one? Follow me. Buddy Loddle's your favorite? I can see why, but Bunny Loddle is pretty cute. Let's give you that. No. Oh, you're done. Okay. So now are we just playing the waiting game for these creatures? Yeah, I think so. Because that should hopefully net us 3 of them. And then the last 2 will be these 2. But I gotta make sure these worked first. Oh, yep. There we go. Hello, Octo. I'm gonna start moving these ones that are done into other biomes. Can I bring any more? 2 full. Okay. Where do we need? We could throw a few in Grimy Gulf. We could throw some in Tangle Bay, because Tangle Bay doesn't have any. Fast travel to Tangle Bay. We can keep them all together. Okay, those 5 now live there. Fast travel to Flotsam Flats. Let's see if we can pick up a baby or 2, because we still need to do things. You're an angler. Probably be easier to go to an area that's not full. We need eggies to form. It's a jumbo. You, on the other hand, are not getting rid of because you were named. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. That happened. That should hopefully give us a chance to get some eggs. Yeah, there's already 2 eggs. So we'll grab those two as soon as they're hatched. I think once we complete the little decks, though, we'll call it a stream. I know we started a little late also because of the tech difficulties that we started out with. But I think we can still manage to finish this. We don't have that much left. Come on. You. Follow me. You now have new name. Just waiting for your sibling. You two follow me. Back to Home Cove. You're both gonna stay here. Let's see how things went. Hey, Coconut is now a pupper level. And Wiggle, follow me. I'm gonna put you two in Tangle Bay as well. What do we got left here? What about you? You're Bada. Bada, you follow me. Bada, we're gonna take you to Grindle. Also, while we're here, we'll just pick up some more of whatever's grown in. Fast travel back to Home. Okay. And this is an axolotl. They're the only lottles that have legs. So yeah, we're down to these last two. So hopefully we can make this happen. What's after we need? And both of them don't require complex foods. So one requires coral pear, kelp heart, and passion fig. coral pear. Kelp heart. And passion fig. So we're gonna have to swap between these three. Looks like that's gonna be you, Dubu. Now you're gonna eat one of these. Are you full? You're full. Okay, and then the other one is going to need 5 different ones. Are you even hungry? Not really, no. I gotta wait for them to get hungry. So now we're just playing a waiting game and hoping. Let me double check there's no other achievements that I'm missing. Encounter all Loddle evolutions. Reach the maximum in all biomes, which I'm probably not going to show off. And then we take off. Yeah, that should be pretty much it then. We show off the ending of the game. We could just swim around for a bit. That's probably the fastest way to... make things happen. That said, we have almost filled every biome, so that doesn't really need to be shown off. You just hit hungry. Okay. Okay, so swimming around is really not gonna do much for me. Satisfied again. Alright, we just have to play the waiting game. We know what Dubu needs. It's these three. I'm gonna call out the other ones and start feeding Cheap the others. Kelp Heart, so there is an overlap. Not Coral Pear. Let's pull that out of the list. Kelp Heart, Star Kelp. Star Kelp and Rainbow Star Kelp. Tubby Melons and Lily. So I need to feed Cheap these 5. Follow me, Cheap. Start with a rainbow. And Lily Banana. I'll give you one of these. It won't eat more. You won't eat more either. Okay. Oh, we're just waiting for 2 little local babies. Might as well pick up some foods in case this goes wrong. It's interesting to me that the Coral Crisps are not really used. cheap. You are hungry. Cheap will give you this. And that. Here's hoping cheap evolves the way we want. And the other one needs a habit of coral pear and a passion pig. That's cheap, of course. There's your sibling cheap. Come here, dude. Yep. Now we hope for the best on both of these. They're still in baby form. We're just looking for when home gets, cocoons. It will happen. Oh, one cocoon already formed. That means the other one's not far behind. Also, Tangle Bay has an egg. I should go grab that in case something goes wrong with both of them. I don't think it will. One of them maybe, but not both. Oh. Did I already miss out on that baby? It's already started eating. Can't do anything about that. This is a wingfin Loddle. They are known to be quite aerodynamic, though the sight of a flying fish would scare me in person. So, we're just hoping for that last one. Come on. Yeah, that's it. This is a beta Loddle. They're known for their flashy appearance, which I do admire. So let us end this game. Just making sure they're okay, let's do it. This will begin the ending sequence. Your progress will be saved up to this point. Let's do it. Return all home cove structures. Before we leave, we need you to dismantle the machines within your home cove. Simply approach each structure to return it back to HQ. Don't worry about any machines you placed outside. HQ will collect those later. Enter the spaceship. And let's leave. It's time to say goodbye to Gut 14. The waters are crisp and clear. The plants are lively and flourishing. The planet can now heal on its own. The Loddles will miss having you around. But they are happy to have their home once again. And that, everyone, was Loddlenaut. No toxic heavy metals leaching out of that shipwreck? We're gonna pretend not. We're gonna pretend not. I mean, probably not in the grand scheme of things, right? So, yeah, I mean, it was a really good game. Very simple. Just a chill, fun experience. Having the Loddles as like something you could kind of like evolve in different ways, I think gave it an interesting side mechanic. So that it wasn't just the cleaning. Because I think it took it from being like just purely power wash simulator underwater and kind of gave it a little side thing that kind of gave it its own flair, made it its own identity and thing, you know? I don't think it overstayed its welcome. Perfect amount of regions. And yeah, I'm very excited. So next time when we secret mode. What secret mode? No. Next time, we'll go back to Stocksel. We'll redesign the ship, because now that we know what the ship in the game looks like, it'll be easier for me to actually create it and maybe throw something in to represent the Lodals. And then we will start building something for our next game, which will be... Should I reveal it now? Yeah, I'll reveal it now. It's the second place winner from last time. We actually had a tie in our last voting poll on the Discord. If you're new, feel free to join the Discord, by all means. The link should be in the description down below. Just make sure to say hi and let people know that you're interested. Select some roles for yourself and we'll let you win. But our next game will be Koa and the Five Pirates of Mara. And from there, we will see. So, join us next time for Koa and the Five Pirates of Mara. I'm gonna let the credits roll out. I think they said that the developers deserve that, you know, to have their acknowledgements. They did a good job with this game. Fun fact about Koa, the game that's coming up, I think it's set in the same universe as Mika and the Witch's Mountain. The one that was kind of like Kiki's Delivery Service. So that should be interesting. I wonder if there'll be any crossovers that we can recognize from characters from that game. I might have to go back and just like look over that Let's Play to see if I can catch some references. Also should double check that and confirm that before we get into the next stream entirely. Let's see. It's the same company that made Mika and the Witch's Mountain. Yeah. So that should be a fun experience. It's a cute platformer. Continuing in our summer water theme. I think we can. Thank you for playing Loddlenaut. And with that said, I'll give you all 5 minutes to talk amongst yourselves if you still want to. My name is Anarchistera. Thank you so much for watching. See you all next week. Bye for now.